Good morning, guys. My house is actually a zoo today. Ducks, otters, cats, children, and relatives. Apartment? I mean, it's my home. You still say, like, my house. You don't say, well, you can say my apartment, but that's weird. Mom Greg's not here. The rest of the immediate family is come to visit. Bitch. Does your family understand why you talk to yourself all day on the computer? You know, I did that before. Honestly, I did that before I streamed. So for them, it's not weird. What's Bert Stew up to this morning? He's got the fish turner out. All right. Clearly had a good weekend. Customer support. That's working. Guys, in case you're not on the Discord, if you pay for the platform once, you don't have to keep paying and paying and paying again and again and again. It, in fact, only requires one single payment. No, it's a year. Voter stand. Also, shush. I had a dream that we opened at 5,800, which means one of three things. We're ripping, we're crashing, we're trading flat. I don't think the market's totally woken up and chosen violence. Although the over the weekend spike in vol might get shorted down, which could make things do stuff. Sorry for being a degen piece of shit. Oh, you know what's really cool today? I gotta finally use the data platform on the stream and begin what will inevitably be 3 months of grotesque gooning for all the pores who don't have access. You're welcome. What is gooning? We should Google it. Just harder. Do not Google it. I'm probably not at work. Fuck, I've already been gooning. Yep, yes you have. I thought the first rule of gooning was tell everyone you can. Hey Dad, wow, what a crazy night. Yes. How many pigeon whales did you add over summer? Too many. More than the beta was intended for. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my last month of pigeon whale until Gherkin turns back on my put call indicator. Cobra, you specifically said I only buy puts. And so the team, in order to facilitate your request, has specifically removed the put call indicator from only your account. That's the kind of bespoke options product that you're not going to find anywhere. That is customer service. The amount of pigeon whale FTDs are going to skyrocket once we get T69 on the data platform launch. Possibly. Or they'll just be rich. At which point I'll know that we shouldn't release the data to the public. Yep. I'm also beta testing Cosmic Lightning's options platform. Unfortunately, it's just an IFRA. Frame of front. Yeah, I see. I'm waiting for my target calls to pay off my beta subscription. Is Target even bullish? Probably. Let's find out. Ooh, tease. Boom. Look how fast that is, guys. Did you see how fast that was? It's only years of data loaded in fractions of seconds. Don't get too excited. I said it's goddamn fast, Nick. It's Target trading at right now. $145. Looks like there's a little bit of resistance at 145. If it breaks that, not a lot of call interest up to 50, but it's not terrible. Hmm. If it breaks 50, then maybe out to 60. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Realized vol's picking up a bit. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, 50 is going to be a little tough to get to, but if it gets to 50, it's got some room to run, Cobra. It probably can't do much to help the 0DT SPX game, though, can it? Oh, sweet poopy pants. It's going to change the 0DT SPX game. You're such a fucking gooner. Was that a meatball tab? I don't know what you're talking about. Can you still have target for AMD on the screen? Probably. AMD's a little bit choppy this morning. It's got some volatility in that. Doesn't seem to be having too much of a problem crossing 150. It's just staying above it that seems difficult. Also, NQ's selling off really hard right now. Fubo looks like it's about to push $2 and vol's rising. Gherkin, yesterday was one of those magical nights. I felt like pulling an all-nighter because I was super interested in a project. Thanks to you and everyone who sacrificed so many nights and family time to give us this gem. Here's to the Pickle Empire. Thank you so much, Tom Tom. First of your name and first of the Pigeon Whales. You are appreciated, and I hope you're enjoying it. What does the data say about Fubo? I mean, frankly, not much, because Fubo's options chain is dog shit. But we can look at it. Looks like Gamma Max right now is around $1.67, so we're already trading above that. But Gamma Max is going to be fairly unimportant here because all of the interest on the chain is just at $1.50, and that's why Gamma Max is there. There's some decent call interest, and there's call interest all the way out to $3. After $3, it kind of flattens off. Um, got some OI at 250. 3, this is about 37,000, 24,000, 19,000 calls. After 3, it falls under 10K, but still an okay amount at 354. I would say higher than 4, probably very unlikely. Like 4.5, like 450 only has 2,400 calls. Some of these puts are sold, so that'll help push prices up. Yeah, looks decent. Looks like there was a lot of buying on the $2 strike on Friday. Not too much at 250 and 3, but a little bit. Volatility is pretty elevated. Realized vol is not. Eh, don't look bad. Market makers pricing at about 6% for today. Is there an indicator for whether options are bought or sold? No, but there are interpretations that can be made. What's your favorite store-bought pickle, and why is it Clausen? Something over leveraged into a penny stock. Yeah, absolutely. The thing for the stuff is up. Oh, Nice. Put it over here where I like it. Ooh, nice. Huh. Should we roll that back or something? Seeing the childlike delight in your eyes and permadimples while showing off this masterpiece is the best. It's pretty cool. When did Greeks update? End of the day. With OI. So Greeks update with changes in OI, and changes in OI are reported after market close. So on Monday, you will have Friday's Greeks, Friday end of day Greeks. On Monday night, you will have 8/19 Greeks. Realistic potential. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday,
after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the flow. If you want what you need, then make Gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sell the Elliott wares like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Like, if new strikes open up at, like, OPEX expiries or LEAP expiries, and those start to get sold, and then we push up, that could create a lot of Vana exposure. Does the platform have a tooltip information that reminds you what the indicator measures? Yeah, so we have some, it's going to have some, like, PDFs that cover, you know, each of the major components, what they do, how they work, and what they're based off of, right? And you know, that's kind of a guide for how to interpret them. We are going to be adding like little information bubbles that you can kind of just mouse over that'll have, you know, shorter form descriptions as you're moving through the site. How much does the platform cost for normal people? It's going to be released in like 2 to 3 months. I'm sure everybody will be made very well aware of the pricing before that happens. I'm in the beta, but I have not made $1 billion. That sounds like a you problem. I want access. Please help. I think Fubu could retrace here, or likely blasting through too. I think it's got a good chance to move up through too. Someone buying puts here? This looks like put buying. Like there's a lot of put buying. We've got support at 55.50. There's some sold puts there. Okay, so we got sold puts at 55, it looks like. Bought puts at 50. Yeah. But I'm not charging $699 a month per user. Actually, you know what? Sure. Yep, that's what it costs. Yeah, let's go. Crazy, right? Oh, was that loud? Whoops. I don't pay $30 a month for hearing loss. Yes, you do. Sinbad, Sin Bag Holder. Welcome back to Pigeon Whale. Did you just get booted on the rollover? I know you were in already. Are the Bulls gay this morning? I don't know if they are. Can you make sure to give us enough idiot trades between then and now to pay for it? We'll see. Doesn't SLD options expiration activity period extend into the close of settlement business into the close of the settlement business day? Yeah, it does. It was into Monday morning. The close of settlement is this morning at market open. There's extended effects of SLD into the rest of the week as the settlement for SLD goes through. But the depository period ends this morning at market open. There's a shitload of sold calls. Both at 60, 65, and then at 75, 85, or 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 5600. Lots and lots and lots of sold calls. I just made money and bought shares using the profits on Fubo. It feels good, man. First one in a long time. Never had a free position before. Nice, dude. Should be eyeing any cover calls on Fubo. You could. I think it's got room to run. I mean, it was at $4 before the news of the injunction. It's got 6 consecutive quarters of positive earnings that have had no realized effect on the price. I think it might be time for some of that to catch up. You know. After 3 months, in 3 months after I lose this new job, can I use this friends and family coupon you gave me for the platform? Sure, man. There's gonna be a market for a la carte single ticker user accounts. Oh, I get that too. I thought I paid $30 a month to lose an additional 100 a month on mistimed plays. You guys are spicy this morning. What's going on? Is AQ on a buy at these prices for a long-term port? I picked up some last week. I don't know what it's at this morning, but it had a nice bounce from the low fives. Yeah, it looks like it's still headed back up. I think the sell-off reaction was ridiculous at the most recent earnings call. How's the HBM thesis going? Worth a buyback here? I actually took profits on a bunch of my HBM. Could be. I'd rather buy in at, or sub 7. Commodities have been performing really well as of late, so it's possible that no, um, we're not going to see those prices again. Fubo's going to tank because I bought $103 calls for 830. Oh, nice. I'm doing double diagonals positioning for Jackson Hole, and I fucking hate these periods of time. This is how the day drinking starts. Hear you loud and clear. Removing all my GTC EXT profit exits for Fubo. When Fubby RQ. Why would they go out of business? I keep sending $750 to the bank account you DM'd me. What's the deal? I didn't DM you a bank account, Popcorn. It's a decent entry on AMD. Could be, yeah. Got a higher low here. It's probably not the worst. Everyone's spicy because the Fubo bags are gone. Ugh. Where are you targeting on Fubo this run? I think it's reasonable for it to get to $3 or $4. I could be very wrong, but there's no useful Greeks for Fubo because it's so low, correct? Yeah. Because all of the options interest is spread across like 2 strikes. I made $300 today on Fubo. First win in a while. Nice, man. 25% port gain from Fubo today. Well done. Sub $3. These bags are far from gone. What did you buy at, Brad? Just because he said reasonable to get there, it doesn't mean sell nothing until it does. Yeah, I mean that's like a that's like a price, like a penultimate price target. It's generally wise to scale out of positions and take profits when you're profitable. Doesn't always last forever. Could SPX move higher here? Sure, yeah, a little bit. A lot of resistance at 70. Even more at 75. I can't buy below $3 in my 401k. I've been patiently waiting. Wait, really? You could probably no, probably can't. Wow, that's shitty. Nah, Fubo straight to 60 by tomorrow. Reasonable. I mean, I could say this much. There's some intense covering on it. The shorts are getting the fuck out. Crowd squeeze underway. I mean, it's having a recovery fairly similar to the rest of big tech, which is still not a reversal. Could Fubo Vana squeeze? Vega or Vana? Maybe. There's a lot of leaps on the chain. Most of them are me and atomics, but there's a decent amount of interest. Yeah, because there's a ton of short vol sold at 7 for like the like on the specifically on the like longer dated expiries on the leaps. It's like 17,000 OI at the $7 strike, and that's where they're selling the vol, right? So if the vol being sold there, and all of the OI at 7 is for Jan 25 and Jan 26. So yeah, I mean those strikes specifically carry some Vega risk. How long would a Vana squeeze take? Well, so Vega exposure is going to move up as price moves up, right? Especially on those $7 strikes. But even like $4, like all of the interest at $4 here, you know what, let me just show you guys. So if we look out here on the chain, right, we're looking at Vega. You can see that, you know, a pretty fat chunk of the 250 is for the leap expiry for 25. $3, same deal. Some of it out in Jan 26. 350, almost all of it on the 2 leap expirations. $4, all of it from, you know, this year's leap out into 2026. Right? So the Vega exposure on all of the out of the money strikes, $5. Go out here, the $7 open interest is all on, you know, the leap expiries as well. So, you know, Vega exposure is going to increase significantly as price rises, especially once we get past $2, which we already are this morning. Because the Ivy is pumping like crazy. You think they'd at least be pricing in some event vol today and not trying to crush it? I mean, tomorrow doesn't have anything huge. We don't really have anything big until the middle end of the week when like Jackson Hole starts, right? So I would expect that event vol will rise into the back half of this week. What's the deal with GoEV? What about it? It's not doing anything currently. Ooh, fuck. Back to support at 55.50. Interesting. Save my bacon on AMD there. That's an awfully tight stop on AMD. But alright. I'm not gonna argue it. I nailed the bottom. Oh, okay. Nice. Formally requesting a V on the SPX. Might get one. We could fall back to 40, but I think that would be very bearish. We got some profit taking here right at the top, so we'll see where we get a recovery. I will say that the support here is very weak, and slipping 50 is definitely not impossible. If we do, we'll fall into the puts that were sold this morning, and we could go as low as 25. So be careful. 50 is a very important level. Is that the Pickles platform? What is this? Yeah, it is. Oh, wait, that's not. I don't even know why that was open. What? Is the stream dead? Was it because of the calendar? I was looking at the economic data for tomorrow. Yuda's not speaking. The Japanese parliament's making a decision this Friday, though. If we slip 25, could my 5490 0 DTE print? You can make some money off the gamma. So it's, yeah, not impossible. So it looks like we got a strong bounce on the supports. Resistance starts to pick up here around 60. And gets kind of stronger out to 70. So if we get upside from here, probably going to be pretty grindy. I think you missed my super chat. Oh shit, sorry dude. Hey, yo Gherk, I'm interested in shorting vol. Can you give me some trade examples on how you like to short vol and examples of ways retail can short vol if different from your approach? Thanks. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, you want something where you can sell the volatility, and you know, depending on what you want to do, either index or in underlying equities, you're going to be either selling calls or puts, right? At the simplest, right? And there's different ways to approach that. You can sell diagonals, you can sell calendars, you can sell verticals. Well, diagonals and calendars are kind of like a vertical, right? And all of those approaches allow you to benefit from shorting volatility, or benefit from a decline in volatility, right? Because you're selling the option at a higher IV and hoping that you can buy it back or it will expire at a lower IV. I mean, generally speaking, that's how you're going to do it. You can short VX, which is a tradable volatility product. There's, there's VIX, there's VXX, VIXY, SVIX. There's specific instruments just catered to shorting volatility. Um, for the most part, for index vol, I generally would sell SPX puts. Those seem to have the best returns. I don't particularly like trading cash VIX. At least not right now. The options have been very mispriced on it for a very long time. And then on individual stocks, you're looking to sell calls or puts. Verticals if you want to risk adjust them. If you really want to maximize that, you can sell like short strangles, where you're selling both sides of the option chain on either side of spot, right? So lots of options. I do suggest that you pick up options as a strategic investment and you understand what positions benefit from what Greeks. It'll help you a lot. How much is we going to retrace before a re-entry? I don't know. I don't like losing $2 particularly, but I do expect some profit taking. It's not in a terrible spot right now. Let's see what happens at VWAP. Might get support here and try to push back up. Might sell off a little. Oh no, I picked up options as a degenerate invention. Yeah, no problem, Greenwell. Happy to help. And if you do start to enter those positions, feel free to ask, and we can talk about it when you have something more specific in mind that you're looking at. Vertical spreads on the index are unbelievably profitable when VIX was over 50 a few weeks ago. I mean, they were okay. Vertical spreads are always limited returns. So, I mean, because you're buying the vol and selling it, you're reducing the amount of total volatility exposure you have. So, they're not the best, but they're okay. You mean I shouldn't be entering my options positions on educated wishes? I'm not saying that there's anything specifically wrong with that approach. You could have a goldfish pick your stocks if you really want, but it may not yield the best returns. As a poor, would selling a far out of the money put spread on SPX be a decent option? Generally speaking, when SPX is above gamma neutral, it is fairly advantageous to sell puts. I would say right now it carries a little bit more risk because we have so many macroeconomic catalysts coming up, and faith in the economy to fully recover now has been damaged. So there's a bit more risk in selling puts right now than there was, maybe a month ago, but it's still, statistically more advantageous than selling calls currently. Do you have to have a margin account to get the most out of these option strats? Well, the disadvantage of a cash account is that in most brokerages, you can only play directional plays. Now, some brokerages on cash accounts will allow you to sell spreads on cash settled instruments, like SPX or XSP, but most won't. And so, yeah, you would need a margin account. Far out of the money spreads have killed me due to volatility. You're my angel. You're my darling angel. Closer than my peeps you are to me, baby. You're my angel. You're my darling angel. You're my friend when I'm in need, Poppy. Thank you so much, Kendra. That was beautiful. I just opened my broker, smear peanut butter on the keyboard, and let my dog in the room. I took a 2000 shit this morning and missed my entry. Food price action's getting gappy. I'm trying to short it back down. Volume's still super high. Getting back to work is hard. I'm so tired. It sucks. Me too. The acquisition news on AMD give the run more legs. Acquisition news. AMD to buy AI equipment maker ZT Systems. That's actually kind of generally a little bit bearish. But since there's no information on the actual deal, probably not yet. So, rumor, but be careful of the news. This is so low, it's off the chart. That's fine. $4.9 billion, half cash, half stock. But it's not official yet, right? I think it's an offer. I'm sure you've already talked about this, but can you tell me about the onboarding process for the platform? When will we all be onboarded? Hopefully soon. We got about 30 some odd people in yesterday. We're aiming to do another wave of like 50 tonight. And then I think if that goes well, we're just gonna do everyone else. So hopefully by Tuesday, everyone's invite is out. They've signed a definitive agreement. Oh, okay. Interesting. That should not be that bullish. AMD's got an okay amount of cash on hand. Grays too? No, just the pigeon wells. What kind of instruction manual do we get for this thing? Do you have personalized video that tells me how to drive this? I would start here. I'll tag you in the beta discussion channel. Um, oh wait, are you not a pigeon whale? Never mind. Yeah, there's gonna be PDFs, there's gonna be information, we're gonna be doing podcasts. I'm gonna be covering, using the data live on stream. So there'll be plenty of time to learn, figure it out. Target for AMD 160. So above 150, there's a little bit of resistance at 153, which we're running into right now. Above 153, yeah, 160 is the next target. Thoughts on 14 KOI for SPY 18 October puts? Crash hedge? Probably. Probably sold. I think I'm in love with you and the crew. Me too. Bouncing off this resistance at 70. Bearish for SPX. I mean, it's a big resistance. Could be. Yeah, there's not a ton of support to the downside, so we could slip. But, I mean, I think 50 to like 75 is probably going to be our trading range for the day. There's definitely going to be a lot of interest in trying to crush vol before, before FOMC minutes and into Jackson's hole at the end of this week. So I think this week's gonna be fairly flat, maybe a little bit up, but the upside will be hard fought. Dixie under 102 relevant. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Quite. If anything's going to present a problem, it's going to be the reduced leverage in the carry. Mostly for tech, but it's definitely going to present some issue. I know forward yield on volatility went positive again this morning. Keeping that under control with leverage falling off is going to be tough. Podcasts. Yeah, so we're thinking about doing like a weekly thing where we go over, like new products, current products, talk about what we're seeing in the data, what's coming up. Nothing like crazy, but like 20, 30 minutes a week just to discuss like, things that are moving, where the delta's going, the broader options market, and then, like we'll discuss any like new features we're adding and so we have like a massive list of different data that we want to add, and so we're gonna be kind of building that up as we go, especially through the beta. So the beta users are gonna get hit with just a fuck ton of different charts that they don't understand. Are you gonna ever stop being a legend? I hope not. Will it replace the weekend streams? No, no, just outside of that. We'll still have our weekend streams because we like doing them. Frankly, let's just shake out all the bear feelings, all in one day, and then we can go buy calls on Monday. I don't understand any charts. Yep, I know. Like Bloomberg News, no, no, really specifically to deal with, what we're seeing and dealer positioning and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of stocks where, there's big moves in positioning, right? And not just like flows, right? Which we all know are bullshit. Um, but like large amounts of like out of the money bought call interest, right? Or holy fuck, somebody's selling millions of dollars in puts on some shit ticker, right? And like we we have the data now where we can start scanning for that and kind of talk about it. We can talk about you know like how we use neutrals, what kind of plays we're going to back test option strategies against the data we're giving people, and offer up like white papers on those strategies, and show people where there's like ideally real provable alpha in the data that we present, right? Fuck yeah, dork. Did you sell? Because that would be awesome. Now it can go to $5. Thanks, man. When black papers, we're not looking to diversify at this time, Rims and Tims. Sounds well thought out. Good luck. Thanks, Danarchy. First day of beta already paid for. Nice, Tom. What's up, Sisyphus? I'm concerned about the lack of Latino representation in these papers. God damn it. So I need to become a pigeon whale for the platform? No. No. Pigeon whale signups are closed. The beta signups are closed. Becoming a pigeon whale at this point is not going to get you access to the platform. The platform will be released publicly, live, in hopefully the next like 2 to 3 months. And that it'll be open to, you know, everybody. We're probably gonna do something for the Dillionaires, maybe like a pre-release or something like that. So they might get like an extra couple weeks ahead of the actual launch. But yeah, it's subscription based. Um, but I mean that's gonna be right around the time it goes live. Just very hypothetically, because I'm bored. Would a pontiff get instant access? Yep, deal. Yeah, no problem, Nico.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Does this still read messages? Penis. Just want to say congratulations to you and the team on the beta launch. Honored to be in it. $4.99 month. Probably don't remember, but I called it about 1 year ago. Said you would make a platform. You read the message and smirked. Cuckoo 3.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you like it. Oh no, not again. What? Just another hypothetical. If Stefan or Walken signs up at full price, will you ban him? That's the only thing that makes sense. Nuke, it's really fast, man. I I've been over the speed. It's got extremely low load and low latency. It can support thousands of users in its current not perfect iteration. Okay? But isn't fast as fuck? Yes. Do you expect any customers outside of the pickle jar? We don't know. Maybe. Sally Snipes, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. It's also dirt cheap because it was built tough. It's USA made, right? Can you calculate DRS totals in real time? If someone wants to pay us to. I can't believe I have to speed read this whole freaking options book. Yep. It is cranking its own cloud factory. The secret ingredient, autism. It makes everything taste better. Sometimes, Nuke, you just have to rhythm with the tism. I'm not going on Shark Tank. You think I want somebody's fucking VC funding? We went live to beta users about 12 hours ago, and our margins are already better than GameStop's. So win the IPO. Still unemployed. Reason I haven't been around so much. Job market's been brutal. I've heard. Still available for infrastructure scaling and security work, at least until I become homeless. Okay, we'll let you know. There may be some stuff as we start to scale, so I mean it's not going to be super profitable, but your insight has taught me a ton and helped me to make decent money for myself. The platform sounds exciting. It feels like a culmination of the work you've been for us for free since 2021. Thank you. I think it's better than that, actually, right? I mean, you guys could ask me like 1,000 tickers a day, right? But I can only really look at one part of the market at any given time. I'm one person, right? And this puts it in the hands of everybody. It lets everybody go and look at their own stocks and make their own plays and make their own decisions. And not that it reduces reliance or anything, but it broadens the scope significantly, right? And I think that's really valuable for everyone, right? I mean that's what we want. We want to provide actionable data that isn't just like bullshit like piped from SIBO or Opera, right? Um, like real financial models, the tools that hedge funds use to make decisions. There's no reason people shouldn't have those, right? I mean, retail in a perfect world could be on equal footing with a trade desk, at least from an information standpoint. We have the ability to make that possible, and so that's what we're trying to do. Humongous, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Or welcome back. Yeah, either way. Is the new platform going to be as good as Boom Hunter Pro? Oh, fuck you. I don't use Twitter anymore, but can you tag RC and say that? Better than GME. That's no accomplishment. You're actually trying to do something you already had them beat. If you sell the platform to Citadel, this entire stream can come full circle from starting with GameStop. True. If it pays and doesn't involve physical labor, I'm in. All right. Yeah, I have a lot of friends in tech right now that have been looking for work and not finding it, which makes me think that the job market is significantly worse. Ooh, I want to sell. Hold on. I want to idiot trade time. Boom. Boom. Save. First leg. Boop. Does this have an AI chatbot that talks like you, though? Not yet. Is the name of the thing just the platform? It's called Gamma Strike. With as much as my access to you and the information you're giving gets interrupted, the platform will be a huge help. I'm pretty excited about it. Thank you. Nice. Dixie under 101.80? This is insane. Yeah, it's not particularly a good thing. Shut up and take my money. Would that put a target on your back? Like, you gotta watch out for Kenny. Don't know. Don't care. Kirk, are you saying power to the players? Never. So this is the Gherkin 5000 marketing team. Do you want an AI Gherk that answers your questions? Sign up today. Are you giving free access to RC so that he can make better returns on the investable cash GME has? No, charge him triple. Have you ever heard of Microvest? Could be an interesting way of scaling up a venture like that. Interesting. You gotta say the platform name, Finding Omega, is pretty spicy. Still trying to figure out the red rocket indicator, though. Dave's the Schmave? Welcome to Zillionaire, dude. What's the idiot trade? Where can I follow it? I posted it in chat. I pin it every day as it evolves. Nope, shit, that's wrong. Hold on. I fucked up. I sold those on the wrong day. There we go. Your magical platform, look at DVN and let me know when it'll revisit 50. If we have DVN loaded, I think we do. Yes, we do. Boom. So looks like it needs to get above 45 to really get any kind of a breakout. Gamma starts to turn positive around like 47.50. Yeah, well, it gets more positive around 47.50, and that's got some decent interest out to about 55. Doesn't look particularly bearish. I would say moving above 47.50 is going to start to shake off some of this negative delta. These calls on the chain are probably sold. And so, you know, getting out above some of this sold calls is gonna push the market maker a little bit longer. The only thing I would caution here is that, you know, total OI is not crazy high on DVN. It's decent, but that pile of puts at 45 is quite large. But yeah, above 45 it looks pretty bullish. Out to about 55. Take a look at the Greeks. Market maker, yeah, delta exposure is not too bad. Gamma's a little bit positive. It's still trading below delta neutral, which it clears at about 46.12. At which point, you know, it might be able to move up a little bit. Did recently have a nice bounce off GN though, so I would be looking for that breakout at delta neutral next. You should have named it Shirtless Centaurs, but then people wouldn't know what it was. I just bought a bunch of October 5000 Ps. Godspeed. Is the market propped up on... Yeah, almost the entire market's just propped up on sold puts right now. Hot damn, that data looks so good. It's so fast, too. How far are you buying? Out, or are you buying AMD calls on the breakout? I have debit spreads out until the end of August. I have weeklies. I have some September 20s that I bought last week at 45. Could be faster, though. Maybe. We'll see. Wait till we get live data, and then we'll see how fast it actually can be. Made a quick $95. Probably gonna rip higher now, but the strength of the yen is scaring me. That's reasonable. It's dangerous for tech. AMD is very well supported at 50 on the breakout, though. Are you waiting on selling the other leg on AMD? No, that's just a weekly. I'm not buying anything or selling anything against it. I have debit spreads, but they're for August 30th. I'm afraid you'll find most people know about as much about centaurs as Gamma. Get all those tech friends with no jobs to work on it. I've already got enough tech friends working on it. We have like a pretty big team. I'm sitting here full of FOMO right now. I should have bought Pigeon Whale. It's okay. It'll be available to everyone. Don't worry. We're gonna work as fast as we can to get it pushed through the beta phase. Did you sell the house? Not yet. Could bulls squeeze out sold calls here, or is resistance too strong? They could a little bit. Up to like 70, or well, up to 80. Like we could push into the sold calls at 80, but the 80 resistance is very, very strong. Was AMD about to 10x my September 150Cs? Well, I mean, I hope it's as good as Netflix was last week. Right? That'd be nice. AMD gets quite bullish on a break of 53. Would you sell another call at the 80 resistance? I might. Would you expect Fubo to break out anytime soon? Fubo's still up 30% on the day. But I mean, it looks good. There's plenty of interest at $2. Volatility is continuing to move up. It looks like covering's still pretty strong. Can AMD move up despite the market? Well, the market's moving up, so for now, I don't see that being a problem. I think I might actually sell one more spread here. How much do I have? I gotta check the balance on this because I don't think it's right. It was 830 plus 212.50 plus 220 plus 395 plus 350 minus 880 plus 490 plus 612.50 plus 203. Okay, so it is a little bit off. It's 49.33. Oh, there we go. That's also day 8, not 9. Allocation wise, I probably shouldn't. It's a, yeah, well, I will. We'll sell the 85.90. 80.85. So, oh, there's updated. Not a lot of range above 80. No, I don't think so. I think a lot of people are short Fubo at 250. Most of the options interest is $1.50 too, but there's some out at 250. I think short the underlying at 250 though. Is there any sold calls for August on AMD then? Yeah, the other side. I mean, what do you mean sell calls? They're not bearish. They're debit spreads. So it's bought call, sold call. Out of the money sold call. And yeah, I have 165s for end of August. 150, 165 spread. Absolutely killing us with Fubo and AMD positions. Thanks for all you do. Nice, man. Well done. Rejection on 80, could see a test at 70. Failure of 70. Could be pretty ugly, actually. Quite a lot of short puts built up near the money for this push higher. There's good. The bull calls? Just wondering if you waited out the climb for more premium. No, no. You can do that. It's risky, though. Thanks, Pickle Rich. Currently watching the Philippines while trading from my phone on the neighbor's Wi-Fi. What a good vacation. Alright. Do you think GME is looking demure today? Even cutesy? No, it looks like garbage. Double top, then back below 5K. That's, like 56.69, you mean? Probably not impossible. B2 is moving higher today. Intriguing after discussing the call position in October. Energy is doing pretty well today. Well, most components of it are. Oil slipped a little bit, but coal looks pretty good. Steel? Precious metals are up, especially silver and copper. Falling dollar probably helps that. BTU is having a good day though. That's not bad. So this could fail pretty hard if it loses 75. Watch that gap fill at 72. I have an upside gap at 77 also. If I hear demur one more time, I'm gonna spam Porsche chat with 50 pixel images of GME Greeks. Missed the early entry on AMD. See, it's already at mid PT. Should 150 be pretty supportive now? Yeah, it should be. I think any pullback in the market, unless AMD breaks over 153, will probably revisit 150. Missed the early entry. Yeah. If target breaks 146.18, is it moon time? Or 147.50? I thought we discussed. Not moon time, but things get more bullish. Chop between 75 90? No, I don't think we see 90. 80's a pretty hard top right now unless sold calls pull back, and so far that's not happening. Probably still very likely to end up trading between 55.50 and 55.75. I should have asked if everything over 55.70 was fragile. Yeah, 55.80 is a huge resistance. Did I get stopped out on this? I did. Others sold my 55.75 Cs for a profit. Can we drop down to 55.50 so my 55.50p does well too? Thanks. I'll do my best. Is Netflix gonna pull back this week? I mean, it could just kind of stay in the 75 to 85 range. I don't think it's necessarily gonna pull back. A little bit of vol shorting coming in. Realized vol's starting to trim. It's probably topping out around here. Yeah, the next big pile of interest is at like 700, and there's been quite a lot of profit taking below 670. So I would say if it loses 670, probably going down. Moved up to 80 today. So there's a small chance it could break out to 700, but it's not great. A little better on the shorter dated options interest there. Yeah, I would say upside 700, a loss of 70 is probably going to be kind of bearish. So that would be the bear signals if it drops below 70. How much of the AMD bull thesis is supported by a bull thesis for NVIDIA earnings? Almost none of it. It's just purely mechanical based on positioning. There's not, no external factor is being considered in it. I'm construction PM, and I heard some chatter from a couple steel reps that prices should be bottoming out soon or already have. What are your thoughts on that and moves to make? There's a few interesting companies. I mean, there's like Cleveland Cliffs, there's US Steel, which is it's still questionable if that buyout's going through or not. If you want a long steel, I mean, probably that's where those are the two I would initially look at in the equity space. Thanks to the COF call out 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's finally recovering. It's doing pretty good for itself. How much of your thesis is based on positioning, and how much is based on Mercury being in retrograde? You know, as a Scorpio, I try to factor in the planetary alignment with every trade. Bob is a piece of shit. Cleveland close pricing acts kind of memey. Yeah, it does. That's smart. What about chakras? That's Jork's job. He's the chakra aligner. That was a bad OPSEC. Now we know your birthday range. You guys literally know the day of my birthday. We've celebrated it on stream. You don't know how old I am, because I don't either. Tulio moving steadily. PT still 65. Yep, that's what I'm targeting. I have calls expiring this Friday. You might need more theta. Well, I missed that. Oh, okay. Will you know your centaur rebirth date? That's my rising sign. Can you provide your name and the last four of your social as well? Ah, I forgot them. I actually told somebody in real life the other day that my name was Gherk. It's happening. I'm not fucking 40 years old. I'm young. Dick. So You dumped Fubo? No. Different account. Still looks weak. Short call interest is growing. What are your price targets on AQN? Don't really have any. Just gonna hold it until they right the ship. Yeah, hedge is still back at like 55.60, so I could see us pulling back to that. Might get a little squeezy if we do. I outlined all my valuation stuff for AQN when I wrote the DD on it. Did you read the DD on it? If you didn't, why are you buying a stock that you didn't read the research on or do research on yourself? That's pre-shaming. Greg, I need you to help explain some magic I don't understand. Okay. Any changes in SPX positioning? Not particularly. There's bot puts at 65 that slightly outweigh the bot calls. Below 65, sold puts all the way down to 5,500. The largest concentration of those sold puts and probably the strongest support is around 5,550. But we could theoretically slip that down to about like 35 or 30 if they squeeze. Everything to the upside, including the calls at spot are sold. Remember, when I say that, it's an interpretation, but I think it's a pretty accurate one. Cheeto dust, earwax, mud. The substance disappears. How does that work? Well, there's a few reasons when you're specifically referring to denim. Denim's a little bit less porous than other structures, and so it's not easy for substances like dirt or dust to penetrate the fibers. They use indigo dye in denim, which can mask some minor stains. Over time, as you own jeans for longer, they build up layers of oil and from your skin, and in your case, earwax, which can repel water-based stains. And also, as the denim wears over time, it becomes smoother and less textured, making it harder for things to stick to it. Well, it's not my earwax, it's Colonel's. He wiped snot, earwax, and spit up on me today. Have you ever thought about just swaddling Colonel in denim? Also, that sounds like magic. Yeah, well, you wanted me to explain the magic, which I feel like I did, concisely. Sounds a bit too warm when it's 100 degrees out with a 14 degree heat index. That's why you put a cowboy hat on him. I got stopped out of the AMD call. How do I pay for the platform? You'll be sent a registration email when you're onboarded with a payment link. Well, you sign up and then you get a payment link. Calls coming in on SVX over 5580. Not really. Somebody's selling some puts out of the money. Ooh. Somebody just bought a shitload of in the money puts. What the fuck was that? Is that a spread? That looks like a spread. 40, 35. Holy fuck, that's a big position. I didn't get any. I signed up too. Did you pay? Or you signed up on the wait list? You haven't been onboarded yet. The onboarding's rolling because we don't want to overburden the server all at once. So if your name's not in the onboarding channel, yeah, you haven't been sent an email yet. If you've been tagged in the onboarding channel, you have been sent an email. If you can't find that email, get in touch with one of the devs who I listed in the onboarding channel. You can DM them or you can tag them in chat, whatever you want. Not tagged? Okay. Then you haven't your wave hasn't come yet. It will. Watched a video about denim the other day. It's just a stitch pattern, usually made of cotton. Just wild how cotton stitched a certain way can be so durable. Yeah. Yeah. Most of people seem like trusted grown-ups. Yes. Cornub, you're not breeding faith in our corporate structure when you laugh at the idea of being a trusted grown-up. It's not the Damascus steel of pants. Sorry, I'm drinking right now. Perfect. Hey, Greg, hopping in, break. Is Fubo getting tons of $2 cover calls coming in? Probably. Sold enough to have some free calls that I'm going to let ride. I hope you captured something on this run, too. I made a shitload of money on my synth longs, which is nice. I don't need to sell them yet, but I took some profit. I still think Fubo has a very good chance of moving higher. I'm at the bottom of the list. Why? Why? You don't know where you are on the list is fucking randomized. Cover my basis on my Jan 25 2Cs. Now we'll see where it goes. F it, Dow should just rip to 42k today. If it ain't gonna retrace more than $20. Dow's doing okay. I don't think it's doing that well. Waves coming in, and I'm not on there. What waves? I haven't posted any waves since last night. So you weren't on the initial entries. We still have to onboard like a shitload more people. We're doing 50 more people today. And then probably going to do everyone else on tomorrow. As long as we don't run into any major issues. So, I mean, you'll get a fucking email in the next 48 hours, probably. Stop retracting all your messages. I can't have a conversation with you when you do that. God damn it. It was a huge position that just came in. Bullish or bearish? I think it was a put spread. Like a bull put spread. But I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that a fuck ton of the 35. I think it's the 35. Hold on. 1 second. I'm trying to see this. It's very small. Yeah, so it looks like a fuck ton of the 40 was sold and the 35 was bought. Yeah, 35 bought, 40 sold. Real talk, Fed cuts 25 bips in September, but it makes rates go up. Is this more likely than it should be? I see rates at the top end of the curve going up. I mean, but the liquid cash yields are going to drop, right? Why is GoEV being hammered? Because it's a piece of shit? I don't know, they had good earnings. Why not short it? Put Fubo back on the screen, Gherk. Oh shit. Hold on. I think I accidentally shorted ES. I hope that works out. Yeah, AMD is kind of stagnating against that 153 resistance. Fubo's looking fine. Testing $2 again. Broke it a little bit. Hopefully it continues to build interest there. Remember, failure at 75 is pretty bearish. Failure of 70 is very bearish. For the intraday. Join Pigeonwell the other. Join the Pigeonwell the day the Pigeonwell only stream. And I'm already in the beta, but that's only because I was up at 1 a.m. this morning. Yeah, we figured if you were fucking degenerate enough to be waiting around for a login at 1 a.m. on a Sunday, then we'd throw you a bone, right? The top end of the curve is all that matters, Gherk. Yeah, tell that to Yellen. Liquid cash, same like when you jump into the pool with your wallet still in your pocket. Similar, yeah. Is that a huge 40-35 bull put spread likely to have any effect up here, or just shoring up support down there? Easy money. Doesn't necessarily shore up support. Spreads aren't particularly good at doing that because the dealer's inversely positioned, right? So that actually can make things a little bit more bearish if we end up close to that price. Out here, it's probably providing a little bit of positive support, but as we fall into it, that support would diminish very quickly. I'll tell her the meatball's out of the sauce. She'll get it. Yep. Tell anyone worried about Gary V that's selling 5115 1P CSPs for 215% yield. That's not bad. It's better than a mutual fund, right? I was at the casino on Sunday at 1 a.m. I am definition of a degen. I was focusing so much on the idea of sold at 40. Did anything substantial come out of the lawsuit everyone was talking about? Yeah, the judge granted an injunction in Fubo's favor against Disney and Fox's joint venture. I think you're miscalculating the yields, but maybe you're not. Yeah, you are. It's an 80% yield. Wow, 75. Yeah, that's 75% yields. ABBV is still way over Gamma Max. Yep, it is. I've got until September Apex, so I'm gonna keep selling shit on it. Did you see the thing about it on stream yesterday? And selling above the trend. That trend. Disney appeal will take a very long time. Yeah, but the injunction's gonna stay in place, right? That's the fun thing about the injunctions. The most bullish thing about an injunction is that the court only grants one if it finds a substantial likelihood that the plaintiff Fubo will prevail on the merits. Yeah. Yep, just my point. Yep, exactly. So even if if nothing else, right, and the lawsuit is a failure, ultimately, and Disney appeals their way out of it, and the idea of battling the mouse in a legal venue continues to remain out of anybody's grasp. They still get a hold on their primary competitor for who the fuck knows how long. 5 years, 10 years. Let me fax Sibo to open up daily expiries on ABBV so I can sell 200s for tomorrow. The mouse will lose this one. Maybe. Rare, but maybe. I thought the most bullish part was hereby granted written in caps on the court dock. That's standard, I think. Disney just needs to offer $6 a share and buy Fubo. I don't see the management of Fubo taking anything less than like 10 or 11 a share at this point. Especially with the injunction. And that wouldn't be a good look for Disney, right? Alright, 1 second. No, they did not. They did not, quote, get me. I'm fine. Profit is a percent. Oh, okay. That's not usually how you calculate yields on those. I'm just freeballing that futures position. A lot of confidence that we're not going much higher. $75, $70 are the important levels. Were those in the money puts longer dated? The spread? No, it's for today. Those are 0 DTs. The 3541. Did the best traders ever trade Commando? As far as I know, only Commando. If we lose 70, we start to squeeze short puts. I've been trading wrong this entire time. I don't know. This could become a much bigger breakdown. I just want to say, Hamburger Helper, you're 2 days into 4 days now into quitting trading. And I think you're doing a fantastic job. $55.65p are super cheap, so we aren't dropping. Yeah, so the MM owns those. I'm still only risk managing my 2 positions, and I'm out. I hear you. If there's one thing I've learned about trading, though, there is no out. Are you fine? I think so. What's up, Darth? They do? I'm full boarding. Ridiculous. Am I in for life? Like some sort of trader's mafia? More like a crack addict, but yeah. If you do this for more than a year, it fucks up your brain chemistry. I'm poor once again. Back to Dillionaire. Do you have you signed up though and everything, right? So you still have your login access? G Square? Fuck me, I'm down. Who could have seen this coming? Well, you, actually. But don't worry, you'll get stopped out and then we can go down more. I don't recall making a profile or login. Yeah, you wouldn't have gotten that part yet. If you don't have an invite by Wednesday, let me know, okay? Because you should be on our list, but I just want to make sure. Am I on your list? Dave, you were like the second person to get in. Kendra, I specifically said, send me your email in your DMs, and you have not. What the fuck am I looking at that? New platforms like Trading Data, OnlyFans, Hybrid, right? Where do I upload my media? There'll be channels for that, Barodactyl. If Fubo hits $7, I'm knocking up my woman and driving the giving the child Fuberto as its middle name. So you want to make a bunch of money and then just throw it all away on a child with a terrible middle name? People are so weird. I got this guy who's super knowledgeable in farming. And he spends all day streaming farming stuff, teaching lots of people. But hypothetically, what would you do to try and get his internal undying love, even when they don't love you back? Are you cheating on me? Darth, we might not be married, and I might not acknowledge your love for me, but this relationship is only open on my side. Oh, Gherkin's one of those chicks? Yes. If you call paying a hefty sum of money comped, then congratulations, Kendra. I didn't turn the Ko-Fi voice off. Did it just not work? Sometimes it doesn't work. This guy is super knowledgeable in stocks. He spends all day streaming stock stuff, teaching lots of people, but hi? Pigeon Wheels are going to be so happy when they see the actual price when it goes live. I should have a ton of Ko-Fi credits. That's not how that works. You actually owe me $10,000 for having to read your Ko-Fis over the years. It's called a tort, and I've suffered a psychological and emotional damage. Not the rest of chat. Don't worry about that. Price is $6.99 plus taxes, I thought. For beta. Since everyone's talking about it. Yeah, that's the price for beta per year. We're taking a loss on that. Because we need beta testers. It's not per month. Jesus Christ. Am I doing it again? Am I not charging people enough money? Motherfucker. Why am I such a bad shill? Would you guys? I mean, would you guys want to pay $700 a month? Because I can make that happen. Yes. Team briefed. It's happening. Just charge the Apple users the difference. Now that I'm locked in, that sounds like a great idea. Cries and Poor, would you accept Klarna? Ooh. Huh. Actual price of third-party service my company buys is $3,000 per year for PDF generation software. Yes, you can charge through the roof for stuff. So if we ever open the platform to professional users, then yeah, we would obviously charge significantly more money. You have to, as a matter of fact. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. What? You can't write it off? It's not the law, but it's an agreement. I'll do to you what I do to Fidelity. I'm not an associated person. You can still have things for personal use even if you have professional licensing. It's just if you use that for professional services, then you could get in trouble. Usually through FINRA. Can you do an IP location check and any sign up from Wall Street gets 10x pricing? Most professional services aren't going to risk their licensing by lying about the data service. So like pod shops and stuff like that would just pay the fee because they write it off anyway. I'm clicking on speed, but it's not making it any faster because it can't get any faster. Those are fractional millisecond load times. What counts as a professional? Well, currently the service is only for personal use, so nothing. I'm locked in forever, right? Nothing I can do to change that, right, Gork? Nothing? Not a single thing? No, I'll ban you in a heartbeat. There's a discretionary clause. If this thing goes live to professionals, can I be head of PR? You know what, Kendra? I don't know if I can think of a better role for you. Is that what you do in your professional life? In a day of age where almost nothing shocks anybody, you're still able to shock people. And that's a talent. You could be the Howard Stern of 2024. I'm in construction and insurance. Well, that's not as fun. Kendra still shocks. He has a tagline. No, that's not what you think it's about. That's called the Shocker, Jen. And it's a sexual move. You're as bad as Kendra. I wish. I'm not reacting. You can all just wonder. How could anyone ever forget Vupper Market Carcass? Bear flags into bear flags into bear flags into all-time high? Why must life be so cruel? I don't know, but I'd really like to see what happens if we lose 70 today. Why does the onboarding have a link to your OnlyFans Cavs edition? Additional revenue stream. I told you I was better at this than Ryan Cohen. Could you share Gamma Max on TLT? Sure. $99.62. How much of a move up or down on Fubo is considered a break up or break down? It's currently trying to break up above $2. A break out would probably be like 250. A break down at 150. I love how proud of this thing you are. We haven't even started. a, a billion? That's it? I was thinking more than that. Let's close long options on Fruberte for a nice 3x. Let's fucking go. My 1,000 shares are next. Nice. Thank you. Poopy's gonna sell me some puts. He might regret that. Are the Dans professional? Well, I mean, they're not strictly licensed. How will you handle the influx of new users? Well, we've built a resilient and scalable platform. So hopefully the answer to that is easily. Are poors going to be able to afford Gamma Strike? Well, I hope so. We're trying to make it as cheap as possible. I would never, ever strike Kenneth Griffin, Buff Orpington. Orpington. That man is a genius. The best is when family and friends come over and an adult or kid opens the YouTube app and sees my profile pic, and my wife has to explain. I love it. Oh, Jesus. How will you make it J-roll proof? Well, it involves math and understanding of financial markets, so I'm pretty sure it's already been protected against him. Can I be the official Dan behind your dumpster, or is that role taken? The original Dan, Dan 1, is already deeply behind the dumpster. You're king, if you will. So Chima's already surpassed Japan in auto export. China? With China moving into Mexico, make their vehicles cheaper and cheaper, what's going to happen to U.S. automakers? They are going to lobby to restrict the sale of Chinese cars in America. That's what they're going to do. And we're all fucked. Contrary to popular belief, how good are you at trading and whether you are a quant are not correlated. No, they're not. U.S. SEC says it charges Carl Icahn, and Icahn Enterprises LP for failing to disclose pledges of company securities as collateral for billions in personal loans. Yeah, I know. That's so cool being rich. I can be your Latino representation in case you need a diversity hire. Thanks. Awesome. We were thinking Rims and Tims, but the board decided that he was just way too white. It's his own fault for wearing Sperry's to the interview. Red, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. And I hate you again. When did that go away? I have a foreign passport if you need an exit. You'll have to trade for Mexico, though. I think I can get myself out of into a non-extradition territory better than that. Shop around 55.75 for the rest of the day. The likeliest outcome. I mean, we could fail 70 and drop to 50 and then chop there instead. Yes, we are professional. 55.80 on the table. Didn't we test it already? We tested 81. I can get you a Colombian passport on the low. I can buy those on the street. I have a job interview with a company in Fort Wayne, Indiana. My strategy of applying at conservative companies is flawless. Are you going to wear a baby blue polo to your interview? Or is it a navy blue button up with white pinstripes? How brown leather are your shoes going to be? And why are your pants all khaki? Could CL fall under $72 today? I don't know. It broke the long-term trend again, but last time it got support around like 72.50. Maybe. Get out of my head. Just don't do me a favor, Rims and Tims. Don't wear a black polo with a brown leather belt, all right? You're better than that. I could be your sales director if you need me to actually work. Okay. I'm racially ambiguous too. Username, accusername face. He just applies at places that have a quota to meet for diversity hires, but are super conservative. That's a great tactic. I'm 1/16th Choctaw, so white. Do you need someone to generate losses you can write off for tax purposes? No, I think I got that covered. But thank you for the offer. Apply at aerospace companies. Don't do it in the Northeast, though. Can you remind me where I turn on the auto trading where you run our accounts during market hours? Oh, top right corner, click the little icon and then where it says log out, that right there. Everybody stop trying to get jobs out of me. Can't even pay Dork. Alt F4 port autopilot. Isn't it awesome having tech support available 6.5 hours of the day? Yeah, if you guys have any technical issues or problems with the platform while you're using it, you feel free to reach out to Dork's DMs 24/7. What? I thought that's what you meant. No, 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 no. Hmm. Sounds like it. Asshole. You know, even if you're not signed up to the platform, just stop by and say hi. I thought we were going to use AI for the human resources. You know, the one company that absorbs all the liability? If I add Dork and tell him about my day, he'll just be my diary. Thanks, Dork. Not just a diary, a guide and life coach. He is a nice guy. Dear Dork, our puts same as shares. Gherk full port 60 DTE upstart puts 50% out of the money. I mean, financial conditions are tight, right? Getting tighter. Maybe. The dollar's easing that though a bit. I've seen that smirk before. What?
In the city, lights and stories never told. Played strangles on a speedway, fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind.
Kendra for head of HR, actually. Koala Hugger for head of PR. JFresh for head of lobbying third parties. Dork for head of IT. Carl for head of T. Dan's for head. I like the way you think. Have you ever managed Scrum? Or been in a Scrum dumpster? Or been a Scrum dumpster?
Hopes turn to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories.
Ice Scrum?
A fire kept him company, filled his heart with stone.
For fun?
Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turn to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Dork pretending to be mad that his song's a banger. Scrum Master of Dumpsters is a tough job, especially when you use a toothbrush. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Ignore that. Wait, did you guys hear the jazz song? I made a bullish jazz song.
Necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, on market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. Wherever I trade, wherever I roam, I couldn't be fonder of a green zone.
The S&P is buzzing in the trees.
I own the goddamn rights to it, Fraudra.
All those profits just for me.
I also wrote the
When you get
lyrics.
a stock or two, it doesn't take long till you're in the blue. When the market's hot, just have a thought. That bullish runs are the trader's pot. The portable necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss.
How dare you, I did not.
You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise, and let those bulls bring you the prize. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the full necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss. You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise, and let those bulls bring you the prize. Our little necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, so market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss. You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise, and let those bulls bring you the prize.
1 second. All right, I'm back. Small chance of breaking 5580 is still small. Yeah. Really hard for us to move above 5580. Like, this is just massive resistance. We're ever gonna getting a breakdown? Well, that's a whole nother story. Might not go up, but going down might be even harder. What's up, Poopy? Is this song posted anywhere? I'd like to listen nonstop. It's somewhere. I just realized popcorn was on the stream card. Yeah. What are your thoughts on LPSN? It's a fucking penny stock AI software as a service company. It's volatile. It's got some short interest, but I'm not particularly interested in it. They don't make money, which kind of sucks. Say what? What's Upstart Gamma Max? 40.50. Gamma Neutral's 32.88. Is this the option strat link for the idiot trade? Yeah, that's what I've opened today so far. Man, they don't like Fubo at $2. No. There's also a ton of short calls at $2. It'll be hard to squeeze them off. What's your time frame for Fubo to 3? A month or so? Could be a lot faster than that. The interest is now, so... Short calls at $2? What did they sell them for? A fraction of a penny? I mean, I would imagine that they sold them in the money for quite a bit more than that. Is this a rising wedge or an ascending triangle on the AMD 1 minute? Neither? If it finds... it kind of trailed, like, consolidated out of the trend support already. So the trend failed, but it hasn't lost VWAP. Like I said earlier, a rejection at 53 will probably lead to a retest of 50. So you're saying I need to keep reading? Maybe. I mean, you could have argued that prior to that there was an ascending triangle, right, on the trend, but that failed. And also, you know, ascending triangles tend to not be. They tend to not break out. When they do break out, it's usually pretty bullish. But they can, I mean, they can fail, which this did, right? And that's because, you know, it's a continuation of the prior higher high. So now you just have two failures at 55 from the pre-market till now, which is, you know, technically a double top. Although that's not confirmed yet, right? It would need to fall back below 47. We should go to a men's spiritual retreat and pickle it out with some bonding. What's bonding slang for? Are bulls fighting for their life on SPX? No, I think they're just trying to push the market maker hedge up into the sold calls. Which, I mean, so far they're doing an okay job leveraging that. But as we move into the latter part of the day, the weight of the charm decay will not be favorable for the bullish position, at least as it currently stands. We're more likely to pull back towards 70 or 65. This is kind of what I was talking about when I said gains above 65 or 70 were going to be really slow. You know, it's just really hard for us to push higher. And pretty easy for us to fail. So it's tricky. Also, Vega neutral on SPX is at like 55.86, which is very close to spot. That makes things a bit tricky too. Hmm. What is a breakout of the bull confirm on futures? Not a lot of momentum left on that. A little bit bearish there. Okay. I wonder if I should sell one more spread here. What's my total risk? 900? Yeah. None of the short calls are really squeezing out. I'm trying to force it a little bit, selling the 75, but that seems ill-advised. Bought puts at 80, sold puts at 75, bought puts at 70. Idiot trade in danger? I don't think so. I think I'll make money on it. Yen fell a bit, which is helping things out. Dollar droppings lowering, or oil droppings lowering inflation expectations a bit. Should start to get some sold calls around here. Should turn things around a bit. But we'll see. Maybe some profit taking? Although there's not a lot of bot calls, so I kind of doubt that's going to be a thing. It's dispersion looking. It's kind of breaking down a little. Forward yield on vols negative 4%. VIX is barely down today. Oh, interesting. $85 is where the last bear rally rejected, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's also Vega neutral on SPX. Interesting that we pushed right into it, though. Very hard to stay above VN. Did you sell your rowing machine? No. SPXVN more or less impactful than SPXW just after OPEX. Way more impactful. All of the monthly neutrals are far more impactful than the weekly ones. They have significantly more weight. I would say the only one that the weekly kind of is more important is probably gamma neutral, because there's simply just way more gamma on the shorter dated contracts. Corporate buybacks are definitely in full effect. CTAs still not buying, but basically selling nothing at this point. CTAs are going to be probably buyers if we break much higher than this, though. Yeah, this might be getting ready to break down. I'd like to see more bot puts at 80, but there's a few there. Oh, hold on. I got a review update. 1 second. SPY, the best way for poorest to play SPX. SPY or MES or XSP are probably the best options. I just don't see Fubo hitting 3. It's hurt me too much now. I hear you. XSP is barely usable. That's fine for some things. Hmm. Does Fubo have negative beta? Wouldn't really matter, right? But no. When a stock hurts me, I hate trading it till I'm profitable. I finally broke profitability on Tesla last week, so my obsession with it is calmed. Okay. For me, it really just keeps FOMO off the table, because having some exposure to overnight moves. Occasionally straddle and such. Yeah, XSP is really good for things you intend to cash settle, so straddles can be pretty okay, provided they have enough time to realize the full extent of a move. And you don't pay. I mean, the real risk with XSP is overpaying for options because of the fucked up spreads, right? Or underselling options because of the fucked up spreads. Could this get tasty downwards if we were to lose 75 and 70? Yes. But finding support again at 75 or 80, not really. Not really that tasty. Just more chop. Any thoughts on GoEV? No. Also, Fubo done from the pump this AM. Thank you, boss man. Not necessarily. It's still fighting pretty hard for $2. Tell me something I don't want to hear. My Monday has been going too well. Is 5-hour energy worse than coffee? It's like equivalent. Strong coffee. I think it's got 200 milligrams of caffeine. Also, that much niacin probably isn't great for you. Seems fine to me. It's niacin, like a form of B3 or just B3. Did you do anything with your Fubo synth longs at all yet? Covered my cost basis, took some profits. Got out of my short puts, but I still have a pretty fat chunk of calls. Greg Fubo went up, then it went down. Can you hold me? It's ridiculous. PM on ABBV has a drop to 184 range due to available shares. A pre-market? Maybe. 1 long puts. They're already pretty long puts across the whole chain. That's why VN is moving so quickly towards spot. Which strike on Fubo do you have? I have 2 and 3 leaps. I have some 250s too, actually. I sold the $1.50, bought the 2. For the most part. My Fubo calls are only up 360%. I can't believe I was tricked again. Oh no, whatever shall you do? God forbid you triple your money. Are you gonna be okay? Expectations in the stock market get blown out so quickly. You tell the average, like, 401k holder that you know a way to make 20% a year, and they come in their pants so hard they blow the zipper off. And you guys are like, these puts only have 300% on them. I guess I'll just wait till I have some real returns. Can you confirm your bearish bonds? Up until like 2 weeks ago, I was extraordinarily long bonds. Don't compare us to 401k weenies. DMI Sign explains the pickle jar perfectly. Oh, the one from earlier. Either Lambo or food stamps, no in between. Bearish Bonds, the baseball player? Yeah, him. You just gotta juice your position. If we could just fall to 55.70, that would be so nice. You mean where we just were, like, an hour ago? I just want you guys to know that when you buy puts at the bottom and then complain about it for like 45 minutes, I know. I know what you've done based on the questions you ask me. Are you no longer bullish on bonds then? I still have a lot of short-term treasuries. But I mean, that's just like yield on cash, right? I closed most of my like 30s, 20s, 10s and 5s on the recent drop. I didn't close too many 2s, but I have a good yield on them, so I don't really want to. Do you think I did that? I'm not naming names. So I only ask dumb stuff. Gherkin is baffled as to what's going on over here, aside from scaping. Look like it dropped to 5,500 today. Not at all. Oh, nice. Fubo's still up 20% today. You got a water pick? Any brand you recommend? I think mine is just water pick. Not the like battery driven ones. Those suck. What's the deal with oil? Who is short it and how bad are they fucked? Well, I don't think they're fucked at all right now, actually. But everyone? How do I know if I bought puts at the bottom besides all of the red? Well, you have a put and it's worth less money than you paid for it for a very long period of time. I like the gas-powered water picks. That's a pressure washer. It'll get your teeth clean. I got mine from a knockoff company called Dick Pick. Does the job, but tastes a bit funny. If we're trading the 0DT on SPXW contract, you should use SPXW. You should know where SPX neutrals are, though. I mean, you need both. Your trade, both contracts are on the same instrument, right? Ko-Fi is broken. What did you do to it? Okay, just because Ko-Fi censored you doesn't mean it's broken, Kendra. Gherk, need your help. Wife and I are doing the Philly fake-out position, and guess my baby yogurt sealed her envelope. Whose fault is it? I don't know, but just make sure that you've fully paid for the standard federal postage rate. The Postmaster General does not take kindly to care of delivery packages. It didn't censor. We all had to see that already. Oh. Did it read it, though? Make it read it. What are your thoughts on corporate bonds? Are those good ideas considering chances of Fed rate increases are low? I actually don't think that the spreads on them have really moved favorably at all in the last 3 years, and I don't think they're going to get any better with the massive walls of issuance coming up. What are these weird intermittent bursts of vol selling? Hmm. Fuba looks fine. Gherkin will answer or draw most of my commands. What? It didn't even show a censored alert. Does it do that? Did you toss out some ZOM CCs before the baseless drop in oil? I don't think so. No, I don't have any CCs out on ZOM. ZOM's still on trend. Rising markets, right? Here, I'll give you the secret sauce. Hold on. This is just for you, Lawrence. I'm not selling ZOM CCs unless the price goes under those lines. If it goes under this line, I sell some. Under here, I sell more. back above this line, I close them, right? It hasn't fallen through that line, so no CC. No CC's up here. CC's down here. I know it's hard to follow, and it's very confusing. But I promise that if you put in the time and effort to learn the mystery, it pays off pretty well. How to make lines. There's a tool for it. It's right here. It's called horizontal line. And then use the crosshairs to position it, and then click. And your line is placed. That's how easy it is to make money. Fucking chart god? You're the man. I'm still super busy due to property stuff. Also, your lines are better than mine, so congrats. Thanks. How place lines correctly? Find me. Cut my skull open. Steal my brain in my sleep. Wire it up to some sort of brain reading device. And then, boom, personal line drawer. Done what? Done what? And those who've been ghosting your idiot trade when you've been telling people not to ghost them. Well, they're really bad, untested, and there's no actual money at risk. Not that it would matter if there was. Futurama cameo appearance win. Want to see you making stock picks in the year 3000. Oh, Winter, I tried to DM you for your username and email information to add you to the onboarding list, but you cannot be DM'd. Now, if you think I'm going to add you as a friend, that's ridiculous. Draw lines on Fubo. There's a line on Fubo already. VWAP. I did the same thing. I was so confused. God damn it. You won't friend me? What if I ask politely and sensually? Just turn off your fucking DMs from friends only filter and send me the fucking sign up info. I know you know how to use Discord. Can we come up with a less awkward name for zero DTEs? If we can't say FDs, we need something else. My suggestion is Zeets. Ew. No. 16% realized due to your boy Fubo. Weren't you at... Alright. Zits? No, he said Zeets. Missed VN by 42 cents. Unsubscribe? Wow. I do my best. Navigating the waters of confusing technological applications is not my forte. $6.99 a month to see the idiot trade seems like a good deal to me. Unliked, unsubbed, just beta tester now. Okay, guys, can you cancel Cobra's account? There's a no refund policy, don't worry. We'll keep the money. Are you sure you're kidding, Cobra? Don't threaten me with a good time. Zero GTEs, dorks. Early termination fee. Odiots? I don't like it. Someone DM'd me, call them adrenaline shots. Jail W18s in honor of that legend. That's what 15-minute expiries are now. Lottos. What about dailies? Scratch offs. Last minute gambles. I'll have you know that the zero GTE market is one of the deepest and most liquid in the world. Call them dweebs. Ooh, my over leveraged futures bet is printing. Nice. That's not that over leveraged. Someone just come in and slap the chain with a big old bear hog already. Oh, that's not how it works. $4? Yeah, you know it. Holy fuck, today's boring. Wish they'd stop stealing my volatility. I'm in inverse iron condor on SPX. They're good in rising volatility environments. You don't want to play them in falling vol. I think I figured it out. DM sent. Yep, you got it. You see the options chain extend on Fubu, or will it take time? Trading at $2 is good because it'll build up more interest at 250 and 3. I was thinking about inverse iron condor for Friday's event. Oh, that might be okay. So further into the week. Yeah, maybe not so bad. They're gonna short that event vol though and try to crush realized vol up until then. So like it might be a rough ride until one side of that moves or the other. Chances of charm being negative and lowering SPX into the end of the day. So the effective charm is starting to become more pronounced, but we would still want to be below 55.80 for it to make a big difference. Below 75 and it would probably be pretty significant. If you just extend your y-axis, you might be able to trick yourself into the day being less boring. Interesting. How about 50 BPS out of the money inverse IC for 7 DTE on Thursday to ride the post-Jackson Hole event vol? Wouldn't you just want it into Friday, though? Like, I think he speaks like... The speech is like Friday morning, right? Yeah. I don't know why you'd want more theta than that. You would want almost all of the theta to get eaten up through the week, and then you would want to be exposed to whatever move occurs off of the back of the Jackson Hole speech on Friday. Before Ivy gets crushed out, right? So something like this. Hold on. So Friday's expiration. The fuck was that? So you did... Oh, so you did like this. Because you want it to be like peak vol, right? Because that's gonna maybe you want a little bit more than that. Well, those are probably gonna go up fairly significantly. Say those hit like 30. You get to move up or down after 10 p.m. So Friday morning. $11. Your break-evens would be at like 462 or 5627 and 5518. That might be a little too wide. I wonder if a butterfly would be better. Yeah. Fall collapses. 16. It's like okay. I don't know. I don't really like inverse condors. They're usually good for like earnings. They tend to be shitty on SPX. Also, because of mean reversion, they tend to be really unprofitable on SPX as well. I don't think either one of those is a particularly good play. Does Todd play a league? Because he's a volley bear. Oh, wait, hold on. Have you never seen that? Oh, do I have something for you, Nick? It's volleyball. What? Yeah. Bullish on volatility. You weren't here for the early days of the pickle jar. Fucking place is degenerate. Volley bear or volleyball? Don't make me answer that question. We're so refined now. I know. Volley bear bull pig? No problem, Joshy. Yeah, Kendra's are probably around right now. Speak for yourself. I miss the days when you would read scripture at the end of the Sunday streams. The Dans still wielded cult-like worship, kidnapped other users, and we saw you shirtless. Good times. Good times. Shares of GoEV good right now? Like you want to own the company? Ew. It's like getting married. I close my eyes only for a moment, but the moment's gone. I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that stops the ache. I'm no longer a homeowner. Does that make me more or less degenerate? I guess it depends what you're doing with the proceeds. Wow, Gherk. Wow. What? Is it because you lost your house gambling? For Ben, it's. I mean, yeah, yeah. Slipknot lyrics? Yeah, I know. What about it? Check your pocket. It's full of stuff. Do you have a will? My brother just passed with no will and 1.5 million in assets. Yeah, I have an end of life plan. I bought my shares of GoEV off of Craigslist in the back alley for a steal. Seller's name was Tony Aquila. Super nice guy with a passion for private jets. Make sure you spell my name right. I'm sorry to hear about your brother. No kids. Yeah, I mean, usually the state handles that, right? Probate. No, well, I guess, is there probate if you don't have a will? Probably not. I actually want all my assets to go back to the federal government from whence they were born. Ew. I want all of my assets to go to a competing government. Send them to Iran. I was thinking Canada. Give them some validity. I wonder about people who leave no will. Does that mean they hated everyone or passed away unexpectedly? Speaking of homeownership, I was living in your pool house, by the way. Pool house for a while, thanks. But some people from the HOA police came by and asked me to leave. Unrelated question, when squatters' rights activate? There still is probate without a will. Oh, okay. No, Dork and Jfresh just have to fight each other to the death. And then once a winner has been declared, I'm gonna give everything to Barl. This hasn't filed income taxes for 16 years. We're all shocked. Is he a drug dealer? So you want him to be like a bard, Kendra? Interesting. Most people want their children to be successful. Gilbo Baggins, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I get you added to the country club after the stream. Is having a friend hang on to some cash during divorce, financial disclosures illegal? La 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 la. What was that? Oh yeah, I forgot for a second. We have a new Dillionaire song. I've got to really load that up to the button. Sounded like the wind, yeah. Definitely didn't sound like perjury. Or fraud. We're doing it live. Does it look like more upside range could open tomorrow? Maybe. Yeah, that's reasonable. It is illegal. What's not illegal, however, is spending all your money in your joint accounts prior to the issuance of an intent to divorce or going into debt on any joint credit cards. Ask me how I know. Because your wife maxed out all your credit cards and divorced you? Or you. Wait, did you flip the script? Dude, absolutely not. She took me to Pound Town. This is why you never have joint accounts. Or get married. I made my mortgage payment and cleared my credit card balance over the weekend, and then immediately made it all back today between Fubo calls and some more ASTS shares. I love this feeling in the air. Nice, man. I got railed so hard the Wild Wild West was hitting me up. Will Smith? Is that a Will Smith joke? It seemed like painting the tape, I guess. Sigh. Yeah. One of these days, Ben, you'll find the right financial crime for you. AMD over 150 is still bullish. Yeah, that's how it works. What is it, Dork? Oh, so you didn't want me to send that picture? Look at that Vic short. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I didn't want you to stop sending pictures. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I'll send you a picture right now. This might be like a serious push to squeeze the short calls. I don't think it's gonna work, but it's interesting. It's an interesting effort. There's not a lot of movement on SPX for that big of a VIX short, is it? Well, hmm. Can they hold us up here? Hmm. Maybe. When boofing, try not to eat tacos shortly after. That's probably a smart move. Can you even Vega squeeze an index? Not really. Like, you can get the price above VN, but the MM is then long puts, right? Like, net long puts, which that's a tough fight. MM is only net long puts until south of VN. No, north of it. Above VN. Above VN, positively exposed to Vega. So the more puts that are sold above VN, the more positively exposed the MM becomes. And if the MM's book is net long puts, they're not going to hold delta, right? So it generally happens with VN is, you might push above it a little bit. But if people sell too many puts while you're above it, the MM will just simply dump all their delta that they're carrying. Do you see any indication of SPX call ramp building, maybe to all-time highs? No. There was like no ramp yesterday at all. You would know this if you didn't cancel all your memberships and quit trading. How do I go long with Vega? Out of the money puts? Short dated? Vana, yeah. The beta is correct. The VM that I have in Pickles Picks is old. It's from old data. It's no longer used. And it's only applicable today because there's a shitload of sold calls here. That's the curse of financial modeling. Either you have something that's overly sensitive but sometimes extremely accurate, or you have something that is less sensitive but more robust. And robust wins out. Beautifully said. It's just the fact of it. So what is the actual monthly VN? Well, so when you're dealing with VN and GM, especially when they're very far out of the money, you're analyzing tails, right? And the tails are wonky, right? There's a lot of, you don't want to overfit because then you get shit that's just factually incorrect. But if you try to get too accurate, you get a lot of noise, right? So you'll get like a day of accurate VN, and then you'll get a day where it's zero, right? And like, the next day it'll probably be zero, and then zero again, and then you might get like an accurate number, right? And so, we've done a ton of different ways of modeling the Greeks and dealer exposure. And the one that we have on the website we believe is currently our most robust and accurate model. Glorp, we did it. What did we do? Ooh, nice. I see your notes. Did we do something else cool? Mm. 55, 80, 85. Call spread safe here. Expecting a higher close end of day. I mean, selling in the money spreads is never that safe, but the risk is minimal, right? We're gonna update that she get everything in line. Awesome. Yeah, and we're always actively refining, all of the models that we use, right? We spend many hours discussing them, their validity, testing them, and you know we're committed to putting the best possible product out that we can. So that's pretty neato. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. Many hours of me telling Gherk to fuck off and then conceding. I don't know when we started to fight about the data, Dork, but I'm hoping we don't have to anymore. Now that we're live and the moment is past, I hope we can get back to just reading papers all night and building stupid financial models. Also, I'm always right, so I don't know why you want to fight with me about things. You two arguing obviously gave birth to an awesome product. We got a lot of other awesome stuff in the pipeline. Yeah, so I guess if I had to say the specific difference between the two numbers that you're seeing, on the platform and what I posted in Pickles Picks is that the one in Pickles Picks is pinned to an excessive amount of Vega exposure near spot. Um but it really shouldn't be because the Vega exposure out of the money is significantly higher. And so true VN is really closer to where you guys see it, around like 50, high 5,700, 5,800. And due to a short term burst in options and the Friday's expiry, the VN in the prior model got snapped to spot. So there is like a little bit of a Vega thing here, but it's not VN. Like not truly VN, right? Like today, sure, but not really in the long run. What would need to happen for bulls to get an all-time high on SPX? Continued vol selling with no exogenous event. Basically, yeah. Nothing happens. They're able to short event vol and vol expectations down again, and then they can push for a new all-time high. I think the biggest problem is liquidity to the upside right now. this entire move up is sustained almost entirely on short puts, which isn't, too different than prior moves up, except there's almost no call interest this time, right? So buyers coming in to provide upside liquidity, right, which would also, push that dealer hedge higher and move that exposure further away from spot, is not present. And without those positions coming in, when and if this does, kind of reach a point of exhaustion, the capitulation from that point could be very extreme, which is, something that is generally indicative of a bear rally. The price rallies up, it finds no bulls, it crashes back down, right? Do you have accurate revision histories per model change? When we have all the models. It doesn't matter. There's no sharing of any of the models or the math behind them to the public. So internally, yes. Externally, no. Yeah, looks like you guys fixed the refresh login bug. Nice. Yeah, we can post notes to fixes as we deploy them in like the bugs channel or the discussion channels. Gurk, how do you guys calculate everything? I need the source code. Cute. What's the option strat in the top? Oh, that's the idiot trade for today. Nvidia up 3.5%, 128.96. Yep. Is there a bug FAQ so we don't keep bringing up the same issues? No, just keep bringing up the same issues. We can pin patches and fixes, and then you guys will know not to bring them up anymore. Idiot trade is down, sadly. Well, for now. Can we customize our colors? I want pink and teal. Lots of pink and teal. No, you can't, but there are colors. It depends whether you sold 6 or 7 more idiots at the top. You should rename the idiot trade since it's much better than the trades most of us idiots actually make. Is it? It's just, it's not like I'm like really putting a lot of effort into it. Though I've never seen it, you should be ADA approved with colorblind options available. I mean, you don't need disability access on software as a service, but we do have a colorblind. I believe we have a colorblind filters available. I don't know if they're implemented yet, but the colors we chose are at least identifiable by the colorblind. I think we went off, what was it? Duro. Yeah. What's that one version called? Dudo. Deuteranopia. The Deutons, thank you. What's your favorite color? I don't know. Hot pink. ADA requirements are a pain to be compliant for 100% coverage in software applications. The only requirements are Title II and Title III businesses. Which we are neither of. Are you adjusting the idiot trade? No. Maybe for colorblind people, replace the lines on the chart with little tiny GNGM, etc. at every single data point. You can still use a line. You just don't want to use one that falls into the color spectrum of color blindness. Right? They can still see lines. They're not line blind. But one of the people on the project is colorblind, so that helps a little bit with our understanding of what's required for that. I'm line blind. What about the blind? Uh guess they really got to focus on swing trading, right? I have bird blindness. Does that mean you can't see birds or you're a blind bird? 1 second. Did Fubo exhaust its run? I don't know about that. Taking stopped out some SPX puts this AM. I've just been rolling some cash around into stuff. I won't have to watch as much in the future. Slowly making my exit from degenning. Okay, smart. E-mini for ES. His SPX trade is okay. Oh. How far will this fall? Well, there's support at 80, which has been there all day, and 75 and 70. Hmm. Let's see here. 55.88. Nope. There we go. Interesting. Downside support's starting to fall off, and sold puts are getting closer to spot. They've sold quite a few puts at 75 and 70. So they're really trying to pin this here, but that also makes the downside a lot more slippery should we fall into it. A lot more slippery. What's the call position looking like right now? Roll out for Tulia. One second. Hmm. Still support at 60, calls at 62.50, 65. Nothing's really changed. There's a bit more calls than there were at like the 62.50 strike. So that's built up a bit. But we're also seeing a lot of puts at 61, 62 come in. I'm not sure those are sold, although they might be. Plenty of delta on the supportive positions, though. If the 62 put gets out of the money, that's probably where price action will ease up a little bit. I just saw the final funds flow statement, including buyers' legal fees and management fees. Oof. Oh yeah. 5,600 for what? Are there any ratio spreads you like to employ sometimes? Yeah. I'll frequently buy ratio spreads on like oversold or overbought positions because they're fairly insensitive to theta decay and they offer like leveraged down or upside exposure. I just took 1,000,000 out of this thing. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's the peak of gamma. Hmm. Guess there's 2 of the 9 idiot trades I ghosted. What's wrong with today's? It's only a couple bucks out of the money. It's fine. You want to see something really fun that you guys can do? In a situation like this? Hold on, let me pull up the trade. If I don't fuck up the execution of it. Oh, shit. There we go. Alright. So what you can do is you can sell the higher strike. Buy the 90. 2, 3. And then you close these. What the fuck did I just do? So you roll it, essentially? Yeah, you roll it up. Does that work? Yeah, okay. Mhm. Thanks for your insight on Fubo. I bought 10 out of the money calls on Friday, sold them for 2.5x today, the most percent I've ever made on calls. Planning to no longer degen a revenge trade anymore. Okay, that's a good start. We still have further potential upwards after this week. Yeah. Should be fine with a bear call that's profitable above 65. I don't know if it gets above 65. The target range is 60 to 65. Above 65, there's currently not a lot of interest. The idiot trade is slowly turning into the stock god trade. Really? All I did was sell 3 more spreads and then buy back the shitty ones. Worse yet, I bought them back at the ask. I mean, I don't really think it's turning into anything. If you guys don't know that you can roll your spreads up, I mean, you just haven't read the required reading materials. I'm trying to practice what you've been saying recently. Take profits, scale out. I've been saying that for 2 years. I went to diamond hands, but scaled out profits may re-enter in the future. All right. Why even buy them back? Should be fine. It's risk reduction, right? This is starting to sound more and more like intelligent trader platform. I don't like it. What happened to the days of holding calls and puts into the ground? I tricked you. It was a long con. Here we are. How much did you lose on rolling them up? Well, hold on. I didn't sell enough of them. Because I had 4 spreads open. There we go. So that the link should have the realized loss. No, the original loss is 1100 or 1200. Yeah, it was 1200 and now it's 1500. So I took on $100 more risk to add $300 of net credit. But I moved my break even up by $5. What's up, popcorn? What's going on with futures? Are we squeezing out the short calls finally? So we should not be able to trade here. It seems riskier for only moving 1 strike up. Makes all the difference in the world. No, okay. I'll just short that. a weird breakout. Short calls, pits. Hmm. Bull's going for 5,600. Trying, yeah. It's gonna fail though. Oh, 1 second. I'm still here. Hmm. In the money bought calls 80. Okay, so they bought calls in the money to push this up. Then sold puts at 5,600. This is still all sold calls here, and none of them are pulling back. Long puts at 95. 95? No, long puts at 5,600. Sold puts above 5,600. Bulls are going for 5,670. Oh yeah, yeah. The sooner the better too, especially before the big economic data at the end of the week. Possible large rejection if bulls fail here. Yeah. Yeah, we could get profit taking on the 5585, 5580 calls on a rejection, and if that happens, we can pull back to like 80. I don't know if we'd fail 80. We could, but it's less likely. Because we start to fall into, like, the squeezy short puts, because they've sold them so close to the money. Hmm. Hmm. What's that? That's terrible. That's nice. Ooh, that's a good one. Nice. Yeah, keep those bug reports coming so we can get that shit squashed. Thanks, Bob. I make excellent coffee. Hmm. Would bulls buy some out of the money calls? There's currently like almost no out of the money calls on the chain. There's some sold puts at 5,600, but also a shitload of sold calls. There's sold calls here at spot. There's sold puts below us at literally every single strike. And sold calls. And honestly, not that many of the sold calls have squeezed off on this move up, which means they're still sitting there. So if we fall back into them, MM's going to shed a bunch of delta. So bulls are really in a bit of a sticky position here where they're kind of trapped in an only up scenario, except the up is shitty. Like all of this effort and probably tens of thousands of contracts today. Um, and, you know, they've gotten us from 85 to 95. Impressive. There's definitely a ton of resistance here to push through, but not a lot of range. And now they've exhausted all the gamma on the chain, so there's more gamma, you know, in the money than there is out of the money. So very slippery here. I wonder what their plan is from here, other than hastily buying to close their puts. That would be an option, but it would spike vol. I mean, sometimes you just get too many bulls and they overcrowd each other. Just pump NVIDIA back over 200 and we can keep going up. NVIDIA options chain is crazy. It's it's not that crazy. Um, it's just got a lot of interest. It's a big chain. Hiccups. It's not as crazy as it used to be. I'll tell you that much. Also, 130 is kind of the top where all the delta runs out. Looking bearish now. I mean, we can drop from, like, we can get rejected from here, but it's not super bearish. We're probably gonna find support. We're in a battle of sold calls versus sold puts. Yeah, oh yeah. But except way more puts than calls. Charm hurts the bulls. It's a little safer here. If we were below 90, then yes. But here, probably not a lot of effect from charm at all. But yeah, below 90, and a pretty significant effect from charm. I turned Tulio into bull call spreads again for September. I feel like you're over managing your positions. What's the next support on SPX? Here. Here and at 85 and at 80. The 75 support's kind of gone now. Says the 70 support. Those are kind of dead. But if we slip 80, we can squeeze short puts like all the way down to 50. There's a fuck ton of them. What price would it take for AMD to get squeezy? It's not that it gets squeezy. It just more calls start to go in the money above 53. So 50 is big deal, big support. Above 53, things start to ramp up out to 60. Above 60, 70, and then from 70 to 200, interest kind of breaks down a little bit, but there's still a decent amount out there, and it'll be affected by moneyness as well, right? So as spot moves closer to those prices, there'll be more of a ramp anyway, and then additional call interest would definitely come in if it moved up above 160. Also, the becomes more supportive to the upside. I didn't sell Fubo 150 puts. I did that when it was below 150. I don't know if I'd want to do that here. I just got out of my Fubo 150 puts this morning. I don't want to sell them again. Why is the PT 162 then? Because it's kind of where the interest starts to fall off. The Guardian's reporting on the Fed cutting rates in September. Cool. Ooh, momentum's dying. That was a weird spot to stop. 56.20, huh? I don't like that as a rejection. 1 second. All right, pushing into some more of those sold puts here. Momentum is turning. It's turning from bullish to like neutral, but it's turning. The problem is there really is no neutral left because they've sold so many puts. So either we fail 90 and just start dumping into sold puts, or they stabilize it here. I would say like 87, like 87.20 something would be the trigger for a move down to 80. And then like 70, 78 could propagate a move even further down. I think it would be pretty hard to break below 80 today. That seems to be fairly stable. Or at least until later. Charm will start to have more of an effect here, though. And if we lose 90, the effect starts to favor the bears. I just want news to break about Sam Altman being investigated for fraud at the same time that Japan raises rates by 2% in an emergency session. Is that too much to ask? Did you buy more September spy pets? My cat just pooped on my desk. The last time this happened, the market dropped 5%. You have been warned. Duly noted. Why is JFresh writing penis in chat? Oh. Alright. So we're gonna do another round of onboarding. Right now. And I'm going to post your usernames. In the onboarding channel if you were randomly selected for this one. Dark big options trade. Where? $55, 90, 95. Puts. Don't say anything. Define big because the OI at spot is huge. Like tens of thousands of contracts. So if it's like 3,000 contracts, it's not going to be very noticeable. Could just be some call selling or like call spread selling. Not noticeable. Okay. It's like, yeah, from $55, 85 puts are really cheap. Yeah, because they're massively oversold. Wow, they really are fucking cheap. Holy shit. You know what? Let's fucking gun it. Oh no, my Fubo puts. Calls. Fubo calls. We got stepped on a little bit. Looks solid though. How's Beyond doing? Selling the... Yeah, they're selling the 85, by the way. That's why it's dropping so fast. Did it ever make sense why Beyond spiked last week? I mean, it got some covering on it last week. Probably leftover shit from when they ripped it off Reg Show. But it was also like post moderate earnings, right? Like revenues were up, so a little bit of the positioning squeezed off. And then they shorted the fuck out of it again. However, that does leave it in a position where it's basically as illiquid as it was prior to earnings. I wouldn't be surprised if it pops back up on Reg Show after that. But it might be a couple more days. Hmm. If you guys run into any payment issues or sign up issues, make sure to hit up the discussion channel and at one of the people I mentioned in the posts above, which I will pin. Could you go with Fubo in the end of the day? Yeah, sure. Fubo still looks pretty fucking spicy. I wonder if it runs into end of day. That'd be nice. Oh, charm. Why are you so positive? Look at fucking NQ, because it's the only thing holding this bag of shit up. You ever see some weird shit? Despite the, like, fairly massive pump in tech. Hold on. What the fuck is that open for? Dispersion's just flat, like all fucking day. Yeah, actually, dispersion had a lower low on Friday. So's the fucking carry. I guess yen fell again. 2 years up over the 10-year. So 10 points, 20 points on this. 3, wow. That's fucking strange. After a week of just beating the shit out of correlation, now it's flat. The cat poo doesn't lie, Gherk. Yeah, neither does selling infinite fucking 5590s into the end of the day. Yeah, AMD's doing good. Finally cleared 153. 325 right now. RSP's up a lot, so it seems like it has breadth. Yeah, I mean RSP's not up a lot. It's up like equivalent to, right? And Dow's trailing that a little bit. Russell's having an okay day, but mostly tech. So I would say tech supported with a little breadth. Apple's down today, and Microsoft's flat. So mostly Google, Nvidia, and Meta's flat too. How's Amazon doing? It's like up a little bit. Can't believe you named it ham flowering. Honored. Anytime. Dixie oil dying is a bullish indicator for equities. Sure. I think AMD tests 160 this week. Can. It's 53 to 60 is a pretty solid range. Google Play from last month's Pickles pick was incredible. Hit the price target almost exactly. Nice. I don't understand the rate cut narrative. Current numbers currently certainly wouldn't support that decision. He needs to cut rates for Yellen so she can afford to keep paying off our massive piles of debt. Otherwise, all the growth stops. Anyone long Upstart? I sold some 40s on it. We already stopped out of AMD. I just got stopped out of the weekly I bought this morning. Hmm. Has shortfall always won as much as it has for the last few years? I mean, short vol's generally a winning trade if markets are trending, which is what they're doing the majority of the time. Um, the problem is it carries a ton of risk, right? So short vol's great until it isn't. Is that a gap? Yep. Interesting. Luckily, there's never been a thing called Volmageddon. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what happens. Is everyone gets incentivized by selling short vol because it's free money, and then it all piles up, and then everyone blows up. So it's a trade you don't want to be on the wrong side of, but it does make a lot of money. I don't think the end of the day is going to be very squeezy unless we fall below 80. Wow, 85. And we caught support on the last drop. We'll see. We'll see what this one does. Not filling the gap here would be kind of bearish. Liquidity should already be thin in this range anyway. But vol's gonna need to move a lot higher. Wizz Airlines out of Hungary selling all you can fly tickets, $579 a year. Can only book 72 hours before departure. It's all like one of those like, you know, former Soviet passenger like cargo planes. You have to like sleep with goats. Did you ever read Rise of the Carry? No. I've heard of it, but I've never read it. Truly to start buying some out of the money bear put with 10 DTE. Risky. Ooh, what's going on here? Someone's doing something. Someone's selling in the money calls. Yes. Yes, they are. Someone's also selling out of the money puts. Wall Street Bets was sniffing the Fubo glue last night. Awesome. Nothing like Wall Street Bets coming in and ruining everything. Man, they're really selling the fuck out of that 85 put. It seems so dumb. Why are they doing that? It's not how you get nice things. I'm wants this shit back at like 70, 78, 77. The influence of Wall Street Bets is greatly exaggerated. It's not. They just come in and buy shitloads of weeklies, provide the MM with a bunch of inventory and liquidity, and then get burned and sell all their weeklies. Their usefulness is consistent. I'm sure they're wiping their eyes with all the hunted bills they made. Yeah. What's the next stop for Dixie now that we're below 101? 101.90? 101.91 is the next major support. Stop writing penis. You're not JFresh. ABBV ever returning to Earth? Eventually. We covered it on the Sunday stream. So if Dixie action's not bullish, and this is a bit of foreshadowing. What do you mean foreshadowing? Us being pinned at 55.90 is not foreshadowing. Are you is the drop in Dixie foreshadowing a drop in equities? Not necessarily. Sir, what? I'm being honest. What does Dixie mean to the long end of the curve? Say it. The yield curve isn't uninverted yet, Poopy. Here's a better question for you. How fucking hard up are central banks that they're buying the top end of the curve into a falling dollar? Oh, no one cares about the 220 and 230. 210, 1020, 530. Come on, you know this shit. People getting loans at 7% on their houses right now are going to be flaunting it when nobody can get a loan for 5 years. Ooh. I'm fucking holding this thing up with like toothpicks. You made Dork's day with that comment. That's a lot of interest to flaunt, but okay. I mean, if they can keep paying for the roof over their head with no job, right? I'd rather be homeless than have a 7% loan. Yeah, same. But then you're homeless in your 10% interest car loan. I mean, there's no winning. Can you elaborate on that at some point? Which? Surely rates just move up. No, conditions tighten. You get illiquidity in the lending market, like a lot of it. Not being able to get a loan because of tight conditions. Rates move up and qualification conditions become tighter, right? That's correct, Gilgamesh. How would you fix that illiquidity? Lower the price of assets. Well, I mean, that's just an effect of it, right? Volker. Okay, whoever's trying to use Amex to pay, Amex is fucked. I don't know why. We're gonna contact them today, and find out why they're declining Amex transactions. Um, but also make sure that like your email and everything matches what's on your card. I'm sorry to hear that, Popcorn. The idiot trade is not being chill right now. It's not. It's being decidedly unchill. Holy shit, it's already 350. If you're gonna buy upstart puts in October, what range would you consider? Probably like GN, so like 32 to 34, right around there. How are you doing payments? Amex requires different setup depending on how you are taking them. We have a payment provider. Yeah, Amex is a pain in the ass. Same card and info since 2012. Yeah, it might just be that they're not taking payments because we're like a new merchant for Amex. So we're gonna call them and try to fix it. But if you need to use an Amex, you might have to wait a day or two. EBT cards work? I don't know. I don't know why you would buy Upstart puts with OPEC settlement tomorrow. OPEC settlements today. Also, Upstart's already at Gamma Max or slightly above it. It doesn't have much room to run. I forget T+1 NW. No? Well. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh. Hmm. Going into the moat. Yeah. Feels like a dangerous game. Oh shit. They did it. That's impressive. Still have 5 minutes left. $500 in SPX in 7 days is impressive. It's the strongest run of this year. Son of a bitch. I think that's... I don't even know how many sigma this is. This is ridiculous. A bit dramatic for end of day. Well, I mean, that's what end of day does. What the sigma? Yeah. I fucking blow up all the sold calls here. They're fighting to keep 5,600. They wanted us support. Might be able to hold it. Is there news? Harris is seeking to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. That's bullish. And repo bumped. Hmm. Bullish as fuck. That news dropped like 30 minutes ago. This fucking reaction is nuts. What the fuck is going on? It's like a lot of realized vol. Ding ding. Is this a hint for tomorrow's price action? Not really sure what the fuck that was. That was weird. There's like no options positioning up here. I mean, they burned the short calls, but none of them closed. They just ate the loss. That was fucking strange. All right. Well, anyway, fun stuff. Idiot trade burned. Let's see. 1,510 today. Rough. -71%. Let's see if that continues to move down in after hours. All right, so closed above Vega neutral, which I'm not really sure that's actually Vega neutral. It's a different calc, but 5608, that should leave 5600 acting as support and puts us fairly close to where the mean for the week should be, which should be around 5615. Significantly larger move than the market maker's estimated move of 35 basis points for today. And we see futures recovering back towards the long-term trend, but still about 30 bucks short of the reversal back up towards the all-time high test. Commodities pushing up today, but a massive drop in oil. So mostly in other energy sectors, agriculture, and precious metals. Dollar continued to fall steadily throughout the day. Dixie dropped 50 basis points, mostly against the euro and the pound, although it did fall fairly strongly against the yen and the yuan as well. Core 3-month and 1-month, both pretty flat on the day, actually. So not a lot of dispersion. And we did get some breadth, IWM and Dow, but most of the performance in tech, just not a lot of vol shorting to back it up. Forward yield on volatility picked up a little bit into the end of the day, but still remains negative. And the yield curve is starting to invert a little bit more with the 2 and 5-year positive on the day. We see a little bit of leverage picked up there, end of day into that pump on the USD JPY carry. Move pretty flat today, probably. Correlation still turning down rather sharply. Skew, no real change in tail risk hedging. 74.55% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And the correlation between VX contract in front and cash VIX seems pretty steady at about 96%. So still very positively correlated on volatility there. Fed fund futures, not a lot of change today, pricing in 0.82 cuts. If we go look at sector breakdown, Apple pretty flat on the day. Most of the gains in tech, AMD, Nvidia, Netflix, and Google. Tesla did okay too. Consumer services moved up a little bit. Transportation was okay, but retail, trade, finance, health tech, mostly pretty flat. And performance of the Russell 2000s. Yeah, this probably helped carry things a little bit, which is odd because rate expectations didn't really trim much. So Russell pushing higher is a little strange here, but it does have quite a bit of bullish positioning on it. On the daily on S&P, that does give us a breakout of the long-term trend at the end of the day there, and pushes us almost towards a retest of the all-time high up at 56.69.67. With the breakout above 5600, I would say that we should expect that test or a test slightly higher on trend before the end of the week. All right, I think that's it. Oh, people want to know about Fubo. So Fubo did pull back a little bit today, and it got some shorting after this morning's run. But it's still up substantially, 17% today, and 56% from its low. This is still putting a lot of pressure on the $2 sold positions and the $1.50 sold positions that have yet to close. If it does move sustainably above $2 or clears 250, it can start to squeeze those positions out and force the market maker along the underlying. Fubu candle on the daily looks beautiful. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's still quite strong. And on the daily, the tips are just starting to cross over. So even though we peaked and pulled back, that doesn't mean it's not going to. That doesn't mean it's not going to move higher. The news for them was obviously still very good. They've had several earnings beats in a row that are not being accounted for in the current share price, in my opinion. So I think still quite a bit of room to move there, and quite a lot of volume on it today, almost 100 million. So that could just get spicier. 300% move tomorrow. Yeet, that'd be cool. We go to all-time highs tomorrow. If not tomorrow, maybe by Wednesday, before the Fed minutes drop. I think the Fed minutes are going to indicate that the Fed's not entirely ready to cut rates yet. And if that's the case, we can pump higher. So I think people right now are just betting that the dollar snaps back and supports all this leverage. I'm going all-time high tomorrow. Nice. Thanks for streaming, Greg. No problem. All right, guys. Thank you so much. If you are trying to sign up for the platform or anything, you can always contact us on the Discord or DM us if you don't want to share any information. I put the people who are trusted on the platform that you can message in the onboarding channel, and we'll probably have 1 or 2 more waves today. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.